How's it going, everyone? Welcome, Julier Gonzalez here. So today, let's take a look now at the CSS for JavaScript developers, and I want to now upload some of my notes here based on this particular course. So that's what we're going to do in today's video, right? So far we went through going over the introduction of CSS, or at least the introduction of this model, and especially when you want to learn something, how important is to at least highlight the papers that make it possible at least you to improve your learning, which is one of them is to going through errors, right? And the second is doing this interleaving and blocking processes, right? So that's exactly what we are going to write it down here, right? Introduction. And in this case, let me write this. And let's going to start using now and defining is this, right? So inside of the dashboard, I want to define is all of this different page. So I can define is another page, which will be called, let's going to call this now, instead of dashboard, I want to rename this to say CSS in CSS for JavaScript def. All right, that'll be much more accurate. Yes, please change that. And if we do, that's right. It's a hey, I don't recognize that. No problem. CSS JavaScript for def. CSS. I mean it's CSS for JavaScript def, and there you got it, right? That's pretty much this one. And here we can now have as well the introduction. No. That'll be the introduction. You say, hey, this will be the introduction. But because I want to make the introduction page here be the first to render, right? I want to make this CSS for JavaScript def that. So this is the page that is going to render, and if I want to say, hey, this is the default content that I want to show, this is the default content that I want to show here, which is this. Is in showing this sidebar inside, sidebar provider, and is the entry point. Oh, the thing is here. Exactly. This is how it's gonna look like. Exactly. This is how it's going to look like. And what is going to be the title of this? That's interesting. Part of the metadata. So you can say here, this is now CSS for JavaScript def. Right? A personal note. You can say earlier. If I want to escape now a character here, I can do this. Alright. And I'm telling you that I want to escape this character. chill. And then you got it. And as you can see in the description, it's gonna append now is the, it doesn't show me that. So on the description, if you inspect the page, you take a look at this, and it must be in the description this, right? Generator va.def. So good. This is all of the metadata that we can add to this, and we can now manipulate that from here, right? So far so good. So now I want to render is this content, this breadcrumb page. All right, this is the introduction, part of the header, and this is now part of the content. Now we want to render here, right? You put this for example, so hey content, and you save, we should be able to look at this, right? So it's here what I want to now render this particular content, okay? So that's a good question. How can we now is render dynamic content, right? So we take a look at this club. How to render dynamic content in Next.js 15. Okay, depend how you want to handle that. So streaming and suspense, yada yada yada. Server action for dynamics, route handlers and endpoints. But is this? So we have several strategy here, right? We have several strategy, and I'm not sure how can I render this. So when I click here, obviously I want to navigate to each individual pages here, right? So that's a good question. It's a very, very good question. Or how to render different pages at the root entry point in Next 15 using the app router, right? Server-side redirect, dynamic component loading, middleware-based routing, client-side conditional rendering, root groups for organization. I think it's this. Is this one. API route handler for dynamic loading, and best practice. Use server-side logic when possible to avoid client-side flashing and improve SEO. Okay. Let's get into this. Catch routing decisions appropriately to avoid unnecessary computation on each request, handling each case, and consider performance. So here we are with winsurf, right? I know what I can do, but I think this is on the layout. I think this is on the layout. Route groups for organization, admin, user. So we can say something like this. Okay, route group for organization. So you can say something like this. You can change that, all right? And of course, because we broke that, and it say, hey, there is now an issue here. Hide rotation failed because the server rendering HTML didn't match the HTML client, and this is do a mismatch here. So it say, no, I don't recognize that. But this is now a group. Okay? This is now a group. Right? But in my case, since I don't want to say something like this, and in fact, I want to be able to navigate to that, right? And then I want to click on this. I can now is go into this and navigate to this and yada yada yada. So the way of how this is working is by that's interesting. Okay, the way this is working, all right, is by, so how you can define is, which is this, so how you can define is routes. So routes, make yourself familiar with that. Next.js. So page and layout, and quite familiar with that. Dynamic routes and page and layouts, right? Index route, which is the index, is using the latest version. That's right. Next routes, you say page block first here, or this. All right, page dynamic route is this, and the other is layout pattern. Okay, the layout pattern. So the React models allow us to deconstruct a page into a series of components. Many of these components are often reused between pages. All right. So for example, you might have the same navigation bar and footer on every page. So in my case, since I have that, I can do that. single share layout with custom app. So you have one single layout with a custom app. The other is per page layout, all right, where you say, hey, okay, per page layout. And the other is with TypeScript. Get layout. And then you have now data fetching here, and so on and so forth. This is to do now this server-side data fetching, right? Doing this server-side data fetching. All right, cool, absolutely, completely. And then you got it. All right. So what can we do here is, because we can define as a layout, but the layout here is something that will remain the same. Okay. Since our layout will be is in this, right? And the content the content is something, and the content is the only thing that will change for that layout, right? So we can define this, and this will be the content that it will change. So on that logic, all right, on that logic, we can say something like this. We can remove this and put it into here, right? And then of course we will need to import a lot of those components, right? Or exactly, so per page layout, example of that, a layout for this, which is the children, and we know what the children is at the end of the day. Is a props to render all of the content that sits between the opening and the closing tags. That's right. And here you have is something like this. So in other words, it means that we can is do something like this. We can just import that. Similar for okay, oh my god, that is amazing. Oh my god, what the French toast, bro? So if I paste this and then I do this, add all of the import, but I don't know what you did before, which was quite mind-blowing, bro. And you read my intention. That's interesting. You read my intention, bro. You read my intention, bro. Okay. And then you read my intention, bro. And accept that. Okay. I think there was one missing here. Add the import. Okay. All right. Okay. That was interesting. Okay, so this is now our layout, root layout. This is what we're going to render to all of this, which is good. You actually helped me to autocomplete that. And here I don't need this or any of this. Alright, which is great. Which is completely great, right? I think this is a transpilation of this, so don't save that. And now if it wants to render this, we can, and that will behave as expected. You know, that's a mind-blowing things of Next.js. So all right, good, 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 awesome, absolutely. So on the layout, we abstract all of that particular logic, and then we put it here where it belongs to. So this is part of the layout. All of these are part of the layout. And my question is that where is this is getting rendered? For example, app sidebar here. There you get it. App sidebar. Here's when it's now rendering is all of these elements. Okay. Good. Good. So now that we have the layout, and we define is how this is gonna look like, this root layout, all right, which is great, and then the counting of how this is going to get rendered here. So that's awesome, because here we can define is this. We can say, hey, the introduction, all right, of this. So in this case we can say something like this. And then we can describe is that, right? And this intro will render that. Of course, as you can see, it's going to render the content properly. Where is expected 404, this page could not be found. Okay, and on the introduction, so when we click here, I want to navigate is to that particular place, which is well, the component in itself, you know, the routes, which is introduction. Introduction. But this is something that is reserved to whether you click here or you click here, right? There's no shebang here, and only this. So if we go to intro, it's going to navigate to intro, and similar if we go to here. So this is interesting. This is interesting. But now, as you can see, it say, hey, no, I don't recognize this, because this must be called is introduction, bro. Because this must be called is introduction, bro. And it says that, hey, I couldn't recognize anything of with that. So you're right, because this must be here. Right? And it's in there that you're gonna handle that. So if you go to the introduction, you should be able to actually render that. So let me close this and save. But let me here is to save this. Alright, so if you navigate to introduction, you should be able to see that. CSS4 GS hyphen def introduction, and it's in here that we should be able to load this particular account. That is the intro or introduction as an H1, right? Alright. So if you want to navigate to that, it'd say, hey, I'm not going to navigate to that, which is fine, part of your behavior. All right. The theme provider and the version switch. And now at the search form, but this is not at the search form, this is not at the breadcrumb, which is at the layout, and at the breadcrumb you're going to render is this. So that component you're gonna render is that. It is interesting because this is actually is attaching to a, because when you do this, it is attaching that. It is like attaching that. And it makes a lot. Okay. Breadcrumb list. Okay, no problem. So let's go to inspect that with the React Dev tool. React, React DevTools. All right. Let me download that here. You're actually developing on Brave, which is a fork of Chrome. All right. And here we are. And read aloud. Okay. If I reload this, I should be able to see them, but I'm not able to see them. The recorder application, I'm not able to see that. So if I open, close, and open up here, hear that again, there you got it. Now you get this, the component. Okay. So I just want to navigate into these components to actually see what is this component. And this is breadcrumb link. Okay. So breadcrumb link here, this particular component is somehow attaching that. All right. As breadcrumb link like this. So no, there you go. Again, because this is part of the layout. Okay. So we need to also is later on extend that behavior as expected. But in the meantime, it's not loading is the particularly section. What is this? Okay, and it's not doing that because maybe some mismatch, perhaps. All right. So I'm telling you that this is now the introduction here, and I want you to render that content and actually specifying you that this is the page, but somehow you say no, I couldn't find that. So if I rerun this, maybe you redefine that, what's going on? It still cannot load that page. Perhaps the way how this is being used. All right. In the layout pattern, per page layout, what if I want to say link and navigation, dynamic route, linking and navigation, so for example like this. So if I want to navigate to the blog hello world, right? Linking to dynamic path. So for example like this. And encoding URI component dot post dot slug. Injecting the router, imperative routing, shallow routing, caveats, custom app, usage, get initial props, custom document, API route, that's great. For API routes, exactly, API, but this is API routes. If you want to define some API route level, in my case not, I want is to define is the routing. In my case I define is this is the rendering mode, okay, data fetching and configure. No, but I want to focus is on this. Alright, index router. The router will automatically route files name index to the root of the directory. So if you have something called a page, it will translate to blog. And if you want to have now nested router, okay, which is what I want to do this. So what I want to do this, so in my case I can say is something like this. Okay, so in my case I can say something like this. So intro, and then I can remove this intro and say, hey, you know what? Oh, but I think that all routes must at least have a page. When a file is added to the page directory, it's automatically available of the route. So, okay, so I can do is this. So I can say page, and then I do is this, right? So I remove the folder, and now it'll be able to redirect to that, right? So once we navigate to that, it say no, you are doomed. That's quite interesting. So according to this, it's a page blog first post with that name. So I'm saying this introduction.tsx. Alright. Which CSS for JavaScript dev. The introduction, it's a yes, but it's because of the name of that is called that. So what I can do is to rename that and say introduction, right? So if I call this introduction and then I call it, alright, it's still saying, hey, this page cannot be found. So if I stop and rerun the server from scratch, I should be able to load that and say no, there is 404. What is the error here? It's say 404 cannot be found. Introduction, export default introduction. So it's like it's not routing that properly. Alright. So if I have now something called like page.tsx, which is the entry page of this, and then for some reason I say something like this, and of course if I navigate to this, that's quite interesting. So no. Even though that now it changed that. All right, good. So now it couldn't display that appropriately. No problem. Do. But I think so I'm not able to render is that. So this is now like a routing problem here that happened here. I'm trying to do is this, but it doesn't allow me to. Right? It say in fact, hey, it's a 404. It's a 404. So the React model allows us to deconstruct a page into a series of components. Many of these components are often used in like this. So you have now single share layout with custom app, which is in my case is this. Per layout. If you only have one layout for your entire application, you can create a custom app and wrap your application with the layout. Okay, since the layout component is reused when changing page. So custom app, you are currently viewing the documentation for page router. Okay, next here use API to initialize a page. You can override and control the page initialization. Okay, create and share layout between page change, inject additional data into page and add global CSS. To override the default app, create a file page app as shown below. With this, the component props is the active page. Okay, it's the active page. So whenever you navigate between routes, component will change to the new page. Therefore, any prop you send to component will be received by the page. So in other words, I must have to create is this. So under the page, okay, so under the page, all right, under the page, I must have now a unique and custom layout file called underscore app. So underscore app.tsx, which is this. And there you got it. So the component props is the active page. Exactly. So the component prop is the active page, which is this. So whenever you navigate between routes, component will change to the new page. So in other words, this is supposed to work. Right? Component will change to the new page. Therefore, any props you send to component will receive by page. Page prop is an object with initial props that were preloaded for your page by only of our data fetching methods. Otherwise, it is empty object. Good to know. If your app is running and you add a custom app, you will need to restart the development server. Only required if page.app didn't exist before, which is in my case. That's exactly. Page.app didn't exist that before, and then I reload this. I should be able to actually is not a. Oh come on, for real. App does not support Next.js data fetching methods like get static props or get server. Get initial props with apps. We do not recommend using this pattern. Instead, consider incremental adopting. So, all of this, what I did is just to try to render that. So let me ask here for a little bit of help. That. So when when navigating to introductions, so CSS for JavaScript dev introduction. In the front end, I am receiving a 404 error. Wait, because you love to hallucinate. The route is not defined in your Next.js app. It is whatever framework you're using. In file structure or dynamic static, there is a built-in runtime error preventing the page from being served. Like diagnose this. You currently have that. If you're using app router, this should be named as page.tsx, and inside a folder name introduction. So according to you, I must rename that to page.tx. Okay, so we do this introduction.tsx, introduction, and then here I must rename this to page.tx, right? Which is this. You move to this. Let's go into see if that works, and indeed that works. Okay, so it means that you can create your nested routes, but the last must be called is page. Okay, so this actually is not true, right? This is actually not true. No, okay, no problem. This is actually not true. Nested router. Exactly, this is actually not true. In fact, you need to define this as page. Exactly. In SGX, a page is a React component exported by this. Each page is associated with a route based on its file name. Okay. Okay. Good. Each page is associated with its route name. Okay, so far so good. Now this is working. You can navigate to this, and to this, and that's great. But it's interesting because it's navigating to that. And it's firing an HTTP request for that. Exactly, it's firing up an HTTP request. It's firing an HTTP request. All right. So we already fixed this. So far, so good, right? No problem. And that's exactly what I want to do. So, in fact, I don't need to actually define this in theory, this. All right. Yet they mention that if I want to single shared layout with custom app, if you only have one layout for your entire application, you can create a custom app and wrap your application with the layout, since the layout component is reused when changing page. Its component's state will be preserved input values. So in my case, in single share layout with custom app, in my case, if I remove this, because I got only one single layout, right? that is working because now I'm navigating is to that. However, if I do this, it's also navigating to that. All right. So far so good. It's actually working as expected. There you go. Okay, that's interesting. That's very very interesting. That's very very interesting. Good, good. Okay. So define layout, define common layout to be reused. Okay. That's what it is. I want to sync those changes. And now, after that, oh, we want git push origin to main, git pull origin updates were rejected because the tip of your current branch is behind it is remote's counterpart. Git pull origin. You have now divergent branches. Mm-hmm. And need to specify how to reconciliate them. I want you now is do a fast forward. I want you to do is a fast forward. Git pull origin rebase. So all right. So you update that current exactly. You update your current branch to that, so we can have the same. At some point, the branch diverge. Here, at some point, the branch diverge. So what I want to do is to now is from that diversion, I want to include all of the commit of this new branch and apply that on top of the tip of the branch of the next branch, which is exactly what it does. Which is exactly what it does. Which is exactly what it does. Sync change, and now I can push my change there. So git push origin main, all right, and from here I can create now is the introduction. You can say git switch, right? Git switch minus c to create now a branch from that, which is just a copy of that tag. That's what I'm doing here with git switch, and creating is a pointer. I'm creating under the git folder branches. So git log git. Here's what I do. This find. I really love about this Mac because of that. Find whatever is on the git file. All right. So what I'm gonna do is to create now a on exactly on ref. I'm going to create now is let's go to do this. Actually, I want you to look at me what I'm doing. Please follow me along. Winsurf. There you go. And it's this one. Exactly. So let me rename this. How can I rename this? Which is Java's winsurf. Okay, good. So here we are in winsurf, right? So what I'm gonna do is to create now a new branch here, but I want to describe is the process. So what's going on behind the scenes? So here, as you can see, I did a find.get to actually show me all of the elements here. Okay, and because this branch, this is a very small branch, so I have all of my objects, which is commit that store now the state of the application at that point in time. All right. So the way you can actually have access to is say git log, let's say one line, prettify, I think it is. Exactly, prettify doesn't exist. Pretty, thanks for the auto completion. I love you. Put it sure here. Okay, and here we can see is this small commit that I have done, right? So each individual commit representing is the state of the application at that moment. Okay, so which means that you can recreate now the entire applications from a single commit. So if you don't trust me, which is sane, all right. Well, I can do things like this. So let me actually do that. I can now take is the 7 more meaningful characters. Right now we are here, but the first was here. All right. So if it wants to inspect now who was the author here, as you can see, it was v8 bot user no reply github.com. He was the one that defined the entire structure, project folder structure of using this, because I want to save myself time of all of this entire this entire things that I need to set up, right? So I want to skip the setup for once. Now, so I can take a look at that commit, right? To see the counting of that commit. Since this counting of this commit is now a way to have access to is to say git cat file, and you pass now the commit. I think it works. No, because I think it needs is the it needs the type, and it needs is the object mode, not one. So if I do t, which is what I want to, git cat file t, and t representing show object type. So show me this as a type object. All right. So that's right. So you say, hey, show me this like a type object, and this type object, it say no. What the French toast? Did I miss something? And the object, all right. It doesn't accept commit, for example. Oh, okay, I get it. I want to inspect is a commit, right? If I want to inspect a commit, I can do that by say git log, but I want it to see the individual commit. Show status shift. Git tag, merge, rebase, reset, switch branches. Git cat file, and I'm passing is this, and I am passing is this. But for some reason you say nope, there is no commit. If I say git log now of one line, so one line, and then you say prettier, pretty small, pretty type, comma, pretty sure. All right. They can do is also something like this. You say with a flag p, sure, in one line, and it's because it must be like this. Using is one line. Nope. Okay, no problem. I'm pretty sure. Nope. Doesn't like that. Like this. I cannot dive deep into that, which to me is quite mind blowing. But if I say git log or git cat file, give me the so return me this data, return me this into a type object, this, and it says something like this. Commit this. Okay. I want to inspect this a little bit because that cannot be the way it is. That cannot be the way it is, man. Can you? So if I want to inspect that, it doesn't give me what I. Oh, no. It's because this is inspecting is the file here. This inspecting is the file here. So find everything that is inside of the git, but it's inspecting that object here. Not a valid object. Okay, perhaps it's the way how I'm printing this. Okay, so git log, one line pretty sure. I want to dive deep into this and say git cat file minus, I don't know what is the help will be here. For example, with p pretty print object content. Yes, my bad. Pretty print and the commit, and now you can see is this, right? So you can see is, hey, well, this was created on behalf of you. The committer was made by this, and it's a initialize the repository. Jesus. An initialize repository for project sidebar is layout. Co-author Euler Gonzalez. Is this one, right? So, and then if you want to dive deep, what is the content of that? We can by saying git cat file minus p, prettify the output, So look not only at the three, uh, so the three meaningful, the six, the seven meaningful, the seven meaningful are those that are relevant, right? And as you can see, look at all of this file that was created here. So this is the way of how you can actually see that this is now holding is the entire content. Uh, this is holding is the reference of each one of those folders. And if you dive deep into this, right? So for example, like this, all right, for the gig ignore, which is something that we are all quite familiar with. And then you can see the content of that file. You say, hey, I'm going to ignore all of this and note and next and the production and debug. But the TLDR of this is by exploring now how Git actually is working, we can make sense of why we're doing the kind of stuff that we're doing. And yes, Git in each commit is storing the entire state of the applications that allow you to now replicate that on somebody else, whether it's a local machine or in the deployment, you name it. All right, give me a second. I'll be right back. Go to the bathroom. And we're back. We are almost back. All right, now we are back. Okay. All right. Good. Okay, here we are. So that was a very TLDR of all of this, right? This indicate is now the end of a file. I'm assuming that. But yeah. So that's what it is. So this is why now I am creating here is, but as you can see now let me actually prettify this and say git log one line pretty Jesus, pretty sure. Can I say this instead of doing say short? No, it's not a recognized command. What about help? What about hit with git log? And now how with git log we can actually search and say terms like all right, so match any of this, or I want to see how can I prettify this, pretty, right? There's no pattern here with pretty. Say pretty. Prefix. What about if I want to find out this? Pretty. Under pretty. So you can also do is this. Pretty format, right? Is there any way to abbreviate that to make my life more easy? So I don't need to type that. I can say now graph. Okay, I can say is git log one line graph, right? Oh my god, graph. And you can do something like this, or you can just simply say is this, right? So you can see now is the different branch that also was created here. But in my case, because I create this too, and then now suddenly the history was different, I have two different history and I need to rebase that. So what I did is to say, hey, I want to take all of the, so look at where this branch diverged. Look at the diverged story of this branch. And from there, I want you to now take all of this different commit, okay, and then apply on top of that. right? On top of the base branch, sort of speaking, or the branch that you attempt to merge, the branch you tends to rebase here with these new changes. This is great. This is great for private, uh, for private, or let's say you're working in a particularly feature. So for private feature, yes, this is a this is what is it for, all right? And also you can use this squash to actually put all of that changes into one single commit, so you can make your uh, history much more clean. Now, with that, all right, we also look at the merge. That what it does is to look at the common ancestor where this branch has merged, and then now going to update is the pointer, just going to merge, right, with the base, with the target branch, and the target branch, the source branch, and it's going to create now a new commit on that target branch. So this is mostly useful for how do you call it? Is this different for public repos? All right, or for any. So if you are developing a SaaS or a particular product, right? This is actually something that you might want to do this. All right. So, but in any case, in this case, that actually works well because we are just working on a single commit or in a single branch, right? Which is main. But now I'm going to create is a new one, which is introduction. Whoop, there you go. Which is introduction. All right. Finally. After that huge overview, now let's get into this. So I just want to now load this content. All right. All of this will be now static content. I'm not actually talking to any database. I just want to, when I deploy this content, the entire content will be available here. All right. And what I really want to do here, especially when it comes to integrate internationalization, that's something that I want to do here, right? Internationalization. So we talk about here the internationalization, all right? Why is this? Because I'm going to write this content on English as well as on Spanish, all right? So this is internationalization. Next.js enables you to configure the routing and the rendering of content to support multiple language, making your site adaptive to different locales, include translate content, localization, and internationalize routes. So, which is what I want to do, to translate content on the localization and internationalized route. So terminology, locale, an identifier for a set of language and formatting preference, and this is usually including the preferred language and the user, and possibly their geographic region, which is English as spoken United English, Dutch as spoken in the Netherlands, Dutch, no specific region, and so on. So is this. So routing overview. It is recommended to the user language preference in the browser to select which local to use. Exactly. So changing your preferred language will modify the incoming accept language header to your application. Ah, look at this. They're gonna handle it at the middleware level. Okay. At the server level. Okay. So here in your So for example, using the following library, you can look at the incoming requests to determine which locale to select based on the headers, locales you plan to support, and the default locale. Okay, so based on this library match, you have something called the negotiator, okay, that say, hey, this will be now the headers, accepted language will be is this, in this particular case English. I want to support now two languages, new negotiator, this will be the headers, and I'm going to execute now the language available. All right, the locales that are supported, I prefer to provide is now N for any English speaker and Spanish for all of them as well. So no region specific language, just covering as language. And then you have now this function that say I'm gonna take the language and the locales and default to one locale, which is English. Routing can be internationalized by either the subpath or domain my site.french product. With this information, you can now redirect the user based on their local inside middleware. Okay. So routing can be internationalized by either the subpath, which is the French product or domain. With this information, you can now redirect the user. Okay, but routing can be internationalized by either the subpath of this or domain. Okay, this is if you want to provide now. Okay, routing internationalization, internationalized routings, and content-specific translation. Okay, two aspects here. Content-specific translations, which is what I want to cover, not region-specific, just for the English and Spanish, right? And the other is the internationalizations with routes. Okay, here we're looking is at the routes. We first look at that the content, the language preference is now being set according to the server, defining as the middleware, okay? And you can internationalize your routes, okay? With this information, you can now redirect the user based on the local inside middlewares. So given the specific local, all right, because this is another middleware or the same middleware, okay? So given this incoming request from the from the browser, typically, or for a JavaScript environment, all right, that runs, that can now perform this. So I'm receiving now a request here, and I want to get the locale of that request, all right? Get the preferred locale similar to the above or using a library. Okay. Get the locale. Okay, and by locale it means is that get me is the translated content that I want to. Okay, get me the locale, and then and then and then the middleware function, what it is, get the preferred locale similar to the above, or using a library, and then you say check if there is any supported local in the path name. Okay, so check if that next application wrap that request with somehow known as next URL that contains the path name. So check if there is any supported local in the path name, and if there are any supported locals.sum, if okay, local.sum, if one of them, okay, because I think this is now a function to check some array in JavaScript. Holy moly. Exactly. So test, because you're gonna return true or false. Instance test whenever at least one object is in the array past the test implemented by the provided function. It returns true if in the array it defines an element for which the provide function returns true. Otherwise, it returns false. It doesn't modify the array. It doesn't modify the array. But what it's going to do is to check if one of them is present. Check whether an element is even. And if any of these elements is even, the first one is going to now look at that. Again, it can return a truth values, false unless callback function return a truth value for an element. And a truth value is something that we already know what is that. So truth values. Okay. So going back to this. This truth value here. So return if one of them elements start with this locale. All right. With the locale as a regular expression here, because it evaluating is this template string, but as a regular expression. Start with this, okay, or if the path name, oh no, this is not a regular expression, sorry. This is now to evaluate as a path. So if the path name is start with this, okay, or this, right? So if the path name has locale, okay, so return nothing. So don't do anything. However, if the path name doesn't have any locale, I want you to get the locale, all right? Wrap this into something that will be now a request that will contain is the next URL.path name, all right? And the incoming request is product. The new URL is now ANUS product. And then you have now the configuration or the matcher, skipping all internal path. Optional, only run on root. And there you got it. Finally, ensure all special files inside the apps are nested under the app.lang. This enables the Next.js routers to dynamically handle different locales in the routes and forward the lang parameter to every layout and page. Okay, so finally all special files inside apps are nested under the app.lang. This enables the Next.js router to dynamically handle different locales in the route. I don't get it. So finally ensure all special files inside the apps are nested are nested under the app LAN. This enables the Next.js routers to dynamically handle different locale in the route and forward the LAN parameter to every layout and page, for example. So here you say you have now access to the current locale NUS products, which is the LAN is NUS, right? and here you're going to now return that. The root layout can also be nested in the new folder. So app/land layouts. Okay. Localization. Changing display content based on the user preferred locales or localization is not something specific to Next.js, and this pattern described below will work the same with any web application. Let's assume we want to support both English and Dutch content inside of our application. We might maintain two different dictionaries, which is the way of how they do this, which are objects that give us a mapping from some key to a localized string, for example here. Product, okay, you maintain is to dictionary here. We can then recreate a get dictionary functions to load the translations for the request locale. App/land dictionary.ts. So this JavaScript code is say, hey, on the server only, okay, I wanna have a map where I'm going to import is the content specific, the localization, the content specific here, and then export the get dictionary async local as it is. To say, hey, I'm going to now, well, get the current dictionary that I want to. So here I'm maintaining is a collection, is a hash, is a key map, a hash, a table, all right, of the English and Deutsch, all right, and the English and Dutch content, okay, and then define a functions to actually decide which one of them I want to pick up. Given the current selected language, we can fetch the dictionary inside of a layout or page, right? So given the current selected language on the page, okay, given the current selected language, we can fetch the dictionary inside of a layout or page, right? So we get now is this. So here's the app/land.page.tsx. All right. Okay, it has now particularly functionality logic that say, hey, I want to get the dictionary, define this as a page, as a React component, that I'm gonna receive this the params, that is now a promise here. Okay, and I'm gonna wait for the params, which is something that is injected by Next, I'm assuming here, that is gonna have is the land, okay, and not only that I can get is the proper dictionary where I can return the proper data to that. Dictionary, products, cards, add to cards. Because all layout and page in the apps directory default to server components, we don't need to worry about the side of the translation file affecting our client-side JavaScript bundle. This code will run on the server, and only the resulting HTML will be sent to the browser. So now it is up to you how to handle that. So now it is up to you how to handle that. And then you have a static rendering. To generate static route for a given set of locales, we can use generate static patterns with any page or layout. Okay, generate static patterns with any page or layout. Or layout. That's interesting. That's very, very interesting. Page or layout here, and a this can be global. For example, in the root layout here, minimal internationalization, routing, and translation. Mhm. Internationalized routing. Okay. Internationalized routing. Then we can use next internationalization, next international, next internationalization router, add internationalization routing for Next.js app that use app router. And then you get the app router internationalized routing. Why is this library needed? Okay. Package glide next. Oh, internationalization with this. In LAN. That simple internationalization. Deprecating adapters are not needed in Paraglide GS anymore. Use Paraglide 2.0 directly with this. This is one of the reasons why I am scared about this internationalization stuff. Standard open file format for internationalization. Oh, a standard open file format for internationalization. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. SDK to build internationalization in Think apps and solutions. Stack agnostic. Inlang is a file format with no dependency on tech stack, hence it can be used with any tech. The only thing that is needed are import and export plugins for the translation file format that is used by the tech stack. For iOS, for example, Xcode string catalog can be used. For Flutter, .arb plugin will be the right choice. Explore available plugins. Ecosystem. A VS Code extension that provides real-time translation, linting, and suggestions. Oh, okay. But there aims to do that. Paraglide, parrot. Okay. That simple. This people love it. Internal. In Paraglide. In Lingui. Internationalization framework for global products. Agile location for tech company. Integrating Lingui into your project is easy. You define those macro and all of this. Loved by hundreds of teams, including this. Brave Blue Sky. How do they know that they are actually using that? You know what I mean? define message, extract, translate, and compile. Okay, to add this internationalization. So you use this translation, which is as that what it is. Okay, I think that might go beyond the scope of this. All right, static rendering to generate static routes for a given set of locales. We can use this generate static params with any page or layer. To generate static route for a given set of locales. For a given set of locales. And all of this. So in my case, the app.land and the localization. Okay, that's interesting. Or okay. Okay. How can I add exactly, how can I add content translation? Translated content. Exactly. How can I add translated content for my next 15 app? Exactly, because it's a how can I add translate content for my next 15 app for exactly how can I add translate content for my next 15 app? Use a widely use an standard, use a community standard in next 15 docs. No, use a community standard to create the infrastructure or the project folder structure in next 15. So how can I add translated content for my next 15 app? For my next 15 app. Okay. exactly. It's like how can I add translating content for my next 15 app for right now only content for right now exactly right now only for my introduction route. Use community standard to create that. Hmm. That is mind blowing. That is completely mind blowing stuff. That is completely mind blowing stuff. So to add translated content to your Next.js 15 app router project for your just for just your introduction route, you should use the official Next.js internationalization routing pattern, which is now fully supported in App Router. The community standard is to use route groups and folders for each locale. Exactly. The community standard is to use route groups and folder for each locale, optionally combined with a translation library. Exactly. You define now route groups and folder for each locale. So optionally combined with a translation library like Next Internationalization or React Internationalization for stream management. Below is a step-by-step guide for a scalable community standard folder structure and implementation. I don't know where do you get that, but let's see. I define now a group route for this, okay? Dynamic segment for locale, and some of the locales, okay? English and Spanish translations. Jesus. And then routing dynamic locale segment, rename your app routes to be inside of the locale folder. Okay. That's mind blowing. To determine the current language. And the other is example. It's like, hey, at that app locale CSS introduction page, you are going to use now something that is lib get translation. I don't know where do you get that. Lib get translation. Alright? According to you, lib get translation, which is something that must have been defined at the middleware. So the translation file, you say, hey, introduction title. Okay. And then the translation file. Create locales.n.json and locales.asjson, and here you're going to define that, which is the dictionary, all right? And then the translation utility, which is using is both of them. Get this as a dictionary, all right? Introduction.title. So it's interesting because you're going to copy that structure, but their values will be different. Okay. And then what you're gonna do is to get the translation based on a specific locale that you're going to, which is saying inspect the dictionary, and if that locale has the key of okay, you spec this as a key. You spec the key for that. Param locale. You spec the key for that. And then store translation in locale and use translation utility to fetch string. Your route and layout becomes local aware and scalable. Would you like me to scaffold this structure and update your introduction route for you? Chill, because you love to hallucinate, bro. You love to hallucinate, and no, I don't definitely want you to hallucinate. So, uh, there's some nuance here. There's some nuance here. There's some nuance here because how can I add translation content for my next 15 app right now only for my introduction route? Uh, since I want to deploy this as static site generation, okay, and deploy this and deploy the site as static site generation. Use community standard to create a project folder structure in Nexus 15. So now it changed. Mm-hmm. Make sure all routes are statically generated, not server-side code. Exactly. Mm-hmm. Make sure all routes are statically generated, not server-side code. And trust me that there will be no server-side code. Deploy to Versal, Netlify, or static host provider. And next step is, would you like me to create a local folder structure and move your introduction routes? Do you? Lib get translation TSE, and it's interesting because it's okay. Because what it's doing here, oh, it modified that. Okay, you modify that to define is this export cons dynamic error, server side only. Why do you have this cons called here dynamic? It's like to put a label here. Okay. And then you generate static parent like this. Add more as needed. Okay. 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 That is mind blowing. That is mind bending stuff here. Okay. Okay. Let me now add the content here. Let me now add the content here of this introduction. And then, alright. You are going to help me to, well, define all of this stuff, yada 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 yada, and so on. Alright, so let's get into this. So this is the introduction. And here we're gonna talk about is here, right? Here we're gonna talk about is by explaining is the motivation behind this and how you would like to learn about this. So this will be now the introduction. So here we got the introduction here, right? Let me add now another one, which is the introduction, of course. Okay. All right. So now things started to make a lot of sense. whether is you define them is, in my case, I want to define is all of these routes statically. All right. I want to define all of this statically. They use now next internationalization for that. Internationalization for Next.js. Okay. But at the end of the day, what you want to do is just creating is a hash table that contains that. Battery include minimalistic API, title, first name, profile. Okay. Functions, user profiles. Message syntax, localize your message with interpolation. Cardinal and ordinal prolongs. Enum-based label selection and rich text. So date times and numbers. All right. Function user profile. Use translation for that, like custom hook, exactly hook base. Rich bio, React Node. Type safe. Next build, Next.js native and performance obsessed. So I want to create this as a static route. Server side automatically generated as a static HTML plus JSON. And internationalization routing. Trust by the Next.js community. We love in, we adopt in the Node. Oh, in a Node website along with Next.js app router. From all of the internationalization solutions out there for React and Next.js, so far the API and the design of Next internationalization has definitely become my favorite. Okay, it seems like trip to Japan. Holy fuck. Get started with Next internationalization. Founder and CEO of Soulplay. I think Next internationalization should become a Next.js first class citizen at some point. It is just brilliant and simple to use. Exactly, but the problem is that they are constantly are going to update that. They are constantly going to update that. That you got is this, which is another Next internationalization. Type safe internationalization. Sponsors and backers. All right. So I am not somebody that goes against type. I don't know. Because people think that they can build. I'm gonna build things that are free and forever and blah 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 blah. And I prefer things that are sustainable, bro. If I need to pay for you, whatever, good. But make it sustainable. Make it sustainable, bro. Make it that I don't need to worry about next month update. No, 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 no. Not even the ECMAScript updates at so fast pace. You know, it's like no. At least make it 2 months. You know, at least make it 2 months, or 3 months, or 4 months. Okay, that's very interesting. Huh. So winsurf even now recommend me to say, hey, you know what? Hey, you know what? Implement your own locales, bro. Implement your own locales, bro. So import those files here. Okay. Exactly. Import those files here based on the locale that I'm receiving here. Alright, so what I can do here, okay, is this one. Let me now be very specific about the thing that I want to implement here. Look at this, check this out. So you're gonna say reject please, or confirm, exactly. So, so, so look at this, my fella. They're gonna be very specific, bro. Very specific. And then they're gonna inspect your work to see how you do that. So Model 1 intro, this is the introduction, okay? So, what is this? What this component is this one? What component is this? So you get this. Alright. Yeah, but what is the name of that component? Can you tell me that? Sidebar menu bottom. Okay. Sidebar menu bottom, and when you open that up, you show that as it is. Okay. Exactly. And then you're gonna drop down menu portal. Good, good, good. Drop down menu portal. Okay, so version switcher here. So this version switcher, okay, this will not be the version switcher. This will be now the interesting. Yeah, I need to be careful when I'm gonna put this. Okay. Okay, yeah, it'll be now the version switcher. Yep, yes, absolutely. Here, so the decision is that I'm gonna put this here, and then if I go into develop other applications, or if I go through the React and so on and so forth, now I can do this kind of stuff. Okay, so how can I add translated content to my next React right now? Only for my introduction and deploy the site as a static site generation. So how can I how can I add translated content for my next page right now in the introduction route model? Make such translated content, make translated content or make sure the translated content be able to be deployed as a static site generation. All right. And the other is on the app sidebar component, on the app sidebar component, replace the data version with, so replace the data version, except add translated content for my next app right now, only for my introduction route for English and Spanish Okay. On the app sidebar component, replace the data version with data language. So I can switch from from English to Spanish translated code or translated content. Okay. And make sure that the translated content is able to be deployed on there, right? So let's get into this. So I am refining this to do very specific stuff for me. So here you define now here the land. You say the land and the layout, the page and the layout page. Lang is a dynamic segment for language code. Exactly. You can use generate static params to generate a static site page for each language and add translated content for introduction routes. Move your introduction page to this. Exactly. Inside the file, use the param props to select the language and render the appropriate content, which is here. Inside of this, you say not found, next navigation. And if the translation is not available, return not found. Okay. Or otherwise, now return the translated content according to that. So replace the version switcher with language switcher. You have to be careful with what you do here. The language switcher should generate links. Like this, you generate link in this and this. And use CSSG support using generate static params in your LAN segment. Ensure all language routes are statically generated. Make sure all language code you support are included in generate static params. Summary of a step. Move your introductory page. Okay, this is the summary. Okay. This is when you're starting to hallucinate, bro. This is when you're starting to hallucinate when you language switcher. That component language switcher doesn't exist in Radix. Radix UI. You know? Radix primitive. Because here it creates now a version switcher. I think that is not Radix. It is she CDN. Exactly. Okay. But I think it does this under that and generates a static params here in the introduction page. So let me revert this. Okay. How can I add translated content? No, this is too much for this. And on sidebar, exactly. And on sidebar component, add the behavior, to switch between language, uh, English, and Spanish. Exactly, and add the behavior to switch between language on the app sidebar component. Add the behavior to switch between languages, right? To switch between languages. And make sure the translated content be able to deploy on static site generation. So add the translated content for introduction route, English and Spanish, right? Community standard, use the built-in next.app router internationalization support with language subpath and store translation in JSON file under locales. How it works: the locale segment in /app enables language specific in like this to load the relevant JSON file in your page using the current locale. Add language switchers to sidebar. If your app sidebar component add button and drop down to switch locale, use Next.js, use path name, and use router hooks to change the locale in the URL. Okay. Ensure static site generation compatibility. Use generate static patterns in your locale segment to statically generate all the language routes at build time, which is generate static pattern in your locale to generate all of the language routes at build time. Fetch translation statically in your page component. Go ahead. So here's a summary of what I'll do. Refactor your folder structure for internationalization. Move the app CSS for JavaScript dev internationalization to be a group routing. Exactly. So what we're gonna do is to define now this group routing using localizations for content specific, for content language specific. All right. So that's the only way how our folder structure is gonna change. Okay. And then it's going to add a translation file for this. Okay. And it's going to add the translation file for this. Okay. Exactly. So it create now the page locale for that, right? So it create a page locale for that. That will going to handle now is that translation, right? That is gonna be able to handle that translation. To me, is using now path and read file sync. Interesting. Use path name and use router to actually load that. switch locale. And this switch locale is a segment that is gonna take that, replace the first segment locale in the path, and then send that. And this is what it's doing now for this, right? It's going to try to load now all of this, read file sync, okay? And that's something that is going to take quite amount of time, all right? As the translation increase, and if now I go into the website and take a look at that to see if that actually works, you didn't do that great. You are importing a component that need use path name. These React hooks only work in client component. To fix mark, okay. This hooks only works in React use client directive here. Okay. In your app sidebar.tsx. Exactly. Okay, so at the top of this, we are now using is this. We say use client. It say, hey, there was now an unexpected error here that says, come on, man, you think you're funny? And now it's going to shift from one to another, allegedly. And both of them now are loading is that. Okay. It doesn't do that the way I expect that, but it works. You know, but it works. But it works. But it works. So that's something interesting, because what we're doing here is to load this file, okay? So we are now loading is this file here at build time, all right? At build time is now loading this file in the server. And if I now generate this, okay? And if I now generate this, for example, I say npm run build, under this folder, of course, it creates now the locale, which is going to hold all of this. Under the public, I'm assuming that is when it was created. First load JavaScript share by all is this. Pre-rendering as a static HTML. Use generate. Pre-rendering as a static, exactly. Pre-rendering as a static site generation. Pre-rendering as a static HTML. Uses generate static parents. So now if I want to look at that, to where that was created, how can I actually look at this? Yeah. On the production. npm run star. Exactly, because that particular route is not okay. All right. My question is that how can I uh, doing this static site generation in deployment, bro? Because this is part of the deployment, mainly that. Where is the deployment here? How can I deploy this? And telemetry, migrating, memory usage, catching, backing for front end, catching, CI build, catching, analytics, authentication, backing for front end, content security policy, JavaScript, CSS in JavaScript, data security. But how can I deploy this and render that? Production, exactly. Automatic optimizations during development, routing and rendering, layouts, link, error handlings, and dynamic API, data fetching and catching, UI accessibility, security, metadata, and SEO, Open Graph OG, image, insight maps, robot, type safety, TypeScript, core web vitals before going to production, analyzing bundles. So I'm gonna make a test here. That's the only way of how can I really test this. Yeah, that's the only way that I can really test this out. Is the only way. I mean that works. That works. That works. Uh, but what I want to wrap this video is by deploying that site with that translation. Okay. Which is here. Exactly. Let's go to use now this internationalization here, which is this internationalization here. This internationalization here. Talk about internationalization. That's right. And how I prefer to you to use this. All right. So now I'm using a lot of tokens here to generate this kind of stuff. So first, it all starts with the locales. So far, we add the translation for, which is understandable. It's understandable. Pretty understandable. Come on. Come on. Why not? Why not? Why not? Why not? Okay. So this is the strategy here. Okay, it's gonna group all of this routes into a group. So he's gonna use the group routes for all the. It's gonna use group routes to dynamically assign is a specific content transfer the specific region content the content specific region, okay, is going to define that statically because this is the way how you do that, and is going to now add the middleware, add this particular behavior to detect that when it comes to serve this content. A typical internationalization ready app project route is look like this. So here you create now all of the local translations, okay, and then you now create is the page that is going to be translated, right? You can say use translation for CSS gs.introduction, because this is part of the internationalization. Hey, this is the specific route, and this is the this is the specific route exactly for this content. Holy moly. Okay, it's using translation from next internationalization, and then on the sidebar language switcher, it says something like this. It say, hey, use path and use router, use locale and locales. And then you're gonna do this. You say export function language switcher here. So you got the router, the path name, and the locale as it is. Okay. Use router, use path name, and use locale, which is all of them are hooks provided by exactly the library. So we don't have to do that. Only we have to do here is to define the logic to the new locale. So let me get this new locale here, which is now become as the language switcher, and you're going to now support, and look at this, you're going to tell now, okay, next international this particular library, the next internationalization support SSG out of the box if you use static routes and the app router. Make sure your next config includes that. So your locale folders enable static generation per local, and the default is English, right? It creates now a middleware that anytime that it detects this for automatic locale detection and redirection. So anytime that you detect something, all right, set this one. Organize your app folder with locale as the first argument. Place translation JSON in local len, and use translation in your page. Add a language switcher to your sidebar and ensure SSS by using a static route and next internationalization config. And I will proceed. Go on. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. I mean, the AI can help you to implement these very specific things that are already existing, right? But if you want to, exactly, it's gonna help you with things that already exist. But when it comes to discovery and all that kind of stuff, eh, it's like, eh. Now let me take a npm run def. All right. It fails. It say, hey, who the French toast is this? Uh, there were some errors. Oh, install the required dependency if you haven't already. I really don't like to install more dependency, but in any case, but in any case, ensure your translation files are updated for each page. So this is where it creates all of the locale. All right. Holy moly, bro. That's a very interesting project that I launched here. A very interesting project that I launched here for English and Spanish, man. For English and Spanish. Mm-hmm. Wow, really? Oh, it's because I'm using is let me use here is PNPN. There's a warning here. I'm thinking that let me in fact remove in a recursive force way is the node model. All right, let me install. Let me now install this new version. That I don't know why you didn't. It's like you didn't run that. Okay. So now I need to run is so if I say pnpn version, I'm still using that. So I need to run the source shell. Uh, exactly. And here you say you say shell sesh sesh source. Exactly. Run that. pnpn, what will be the version right now? Still 8. Why? Why? on, stop. Wait. And then you get this. Exactly. To identify is this. I don't quite get it here. PNPN install. Okay. And after installing all of these things, Jesus, French toast. Okay. And then run the npm run dev here project. Oh, I need to add that. Yep, you're damn right. You're damn right. But you didn't do that? Okay. Let me is uh on the next config, it creates some sort of this one. Oh, this is new. Okay, this is new. Mm-hmm. Okay. 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 So if you want to now, yeah, the devil is on the detail. The devil is on the detail. With internationalization routing, the devil is on the detail. I already installed that, and on the home page, which is part of the internationalization, la 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 la, on the config.js, but it doesn't tell me anything related to the MGS because it's using now MGS. Here, this was generated by V8. Holy fuck. ESLink ignore during build. Ignore build errors. What the fuck, dude? That's not a good business. That's definitely not a good business. Okay. Okay, you can do is this next config, which is that. Since it's using now MGS, we can use this both of them to say something like this. Next config, right? So you can do something like this, where you say, hey, I am importing is the next config object here from next, and then what I'm doing here is to say, okay, I'm importing that model. This is the next configuration that I don't know why this actually do this. This was something that was set up by default. Exactly. This was something set up by default. Alright. Yeah, this is something that was set up by default. Alright. And then it say, hey, create next, and then export default with next. And now when you run this, the internationalization in Next.js is unsupported in App Router. Learn more about internationalization, building internationalization. Next internationalization could not locate request configuration model. Oh, there you got it. It could not identify the configuration model. Here we go. It's because now it has two configurations here. One that was defined by the MGS and this one. Okay. And then you have now this particular object here. Oh, okay. Okay. So I think we can do something like this. Say import next internationalization. We can ignore this. Which is something that you definitely don't want to do that. And once you run this, now it will work as properly as expected. Okay, and go into this and we'll navigate to that particular web page as expected. You say, hey, there is a problem here because I couldn't find any of this. No error internationalization context found. I already installed all their libraries and dependencies. Where is this? Use locale. You create this as a use client, right? And it's for some reason say, hey, that doesn't exist. No in context found. Couldn't find next interconfiguration file. Please follow the instruction here. Okay, couldn't find the next internationalization here. Let me now stand up because I want to do this. And there you got it, right? Wow, it's getting harder. Unusually harder. Yeah. Oh, okay. As usual. Alright. It says that couldn't find internationalization config file. Please follow the instruction here. Open up. You couldn't find any configuration file. Okay. Okay. There is some errors here. And also I can change this. I think I can change this. What about if we say something like this, right? Okay. 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 But when it comes to this is ignorable errors. Oh, they said that into. They said that for self-destruction. Couldn't find next internationalization config file. So if I accept those changes, next internationalization client. Oh, because this is a provider, bro. Okay. Because this is a provider, bro. Go on. Because okay, it makes a lot of sense because this is a provider and you need to inject that somehow. You need to inject that somehow. So what it did is just to add now the provider, okay, to the language switcher, the page layout here, as well as this, which is the on the layout. It say, hey, let me now for the locales actually provides this content, the locale and the content. And use message. Why are you going to delete all of that? Oh, and now he's using that. But as you expected, that's right. This actually doesn't flat as expected, you know? Exactly. It's trying to automatically redirect to that, which is this one. And it say no. Oh, look at the problems that it created. Look at the problems that it's creating, my friend. Exactly. Or you either default to that locale, which is part of the internationalization here that you define here. And not only that, you're supposed to redirect that to that, my friend. Which is, of course, you don't have that content yet. And now it add more complexity to that, bro. Holy fuck. And it add more complexity to it. It says now couldn't find any configuration file for this. Okay, my friend. Okay. That's going to reverse all of this change and be very specific to implement that. Exactly. You need to be very specific to implement this. Because I'm gonna go all over again and say I want to now reject all of those changes. In fact, reject all of those changes. Reject all of your changes. And I'm going to be very specific about what is the thing that I want to do. To this. Exactly. Use make sure you properly configure it right. And then you use a client in that language switcher to say, hey, I want to use this to detect that, and then now run or handle the spec, which is going to now trigger that. Which is on the client is gonna run this code and handle that. Handle switch and or AS. And because we are handling is a segment from the path name. Oh, it's like you are replacing is the path name. Oh, you are what? Look what you're doing. What you're doing is to call in the router and then replace that with this new that. Okay, that's interesting. So go on. Go on. Be my guest. So once you apply all of these changes, model not found. Package.client is not exported from package. Oh, because it seems that you need to use that. Mm-hmm. Package.client is not exported from package. Now the structure is that you define the locales inside of this. Alright, of course this route is no longer exists. And in here, you say this is a language switcher that is going to make use of that. Next internationalization, it seems that package doesn't exist. You are hallucinating here. You know, you are hallucinating a lot of things here. You are hallucinating a lot of things here. Hmm. And then he create now a new folder here called message. This is one of the reasons why I don't. You know, you are hallucinating, man. You are now in a point that where you are hallucinating vastly, bro. And and this is not a good fix, bro. But this is something interesting, that you didn't install the model properly. Mm-hmm. Okay, my friend. Mm-hmm. It's because here you're going to provide now that content similar for the message. Mm. 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 Okay, Jesus, you know what? Go back, chill, my friend, chill, because I know you have been for a lot of stress. Okay, I know you have been for a lot of stress. All right. So, all right, all right, all right, all right, all right. how can I add translated content for how can I add internationalization? Okay. Delete all of these files here, as well as the locale and these things called message, right? Exactly. Use the community conventions for internationalization and localization. But it's interesting because now it changed that. Instead of using locale, now it changes that. Use translation in the page for that. Mhm. This message is because it is the way how now that actually works. The community convention for internationalization and location conventions. Community community convention, and so this is now the layout for the locale that is going to be used to render that specific content that then is going to be passed down for the components and render that. Locale message. Locale message. So if I say go on, all right. Again, the AI is helping you for detecting existing threats, but new threats, this is the creativity is something that cannot be replaced for the AI. So it create now the analyze, it create now the page here for the locale. It's going to contain that folder structure where you can have use of that locale all right. So if I run this, it say learn more about this because Next.js config is not configured well. The static rendering. Okay, and here we're going to look at this, but this is navigation, my friend. Mm-hmm. 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 Okay. Jesus. Oh no, let me walk down to that. Alright. Let me walk down to that, and I think that's quite interesting because it reveals the nature of the complexity of the problem, alright, which is how do I now add translation at this stage because I don't have any content for it in my computer. Why not? I prefer to do this. I prefer to do this. Mm-hmm. Okay. uh-huh. Uh-huh. So, so, alright. Okay. Makes sense. Makes sense. Makes sense. Makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense. Okay. Okay. Alright, alright, alright. Okay. 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 It's because in each iteration this is doing so that's that's one of the reasons why I prefer to do is Jesus. Honestly, Jesus. Honestly, Jesus. I mean, it's for doing a small, light, little, tiny task. It can help you, but for the other, it's a nightmare, bro. Especially because it's going to generate a lot of stuff that you don't know how that works, and therefore, it becomes very hard to maintain, bro. Very, very, very hard to maintain, bro. So, let me be very specific about this. On the app sidebar component, exactly, or on the, because I was clear about that. All right. So on the version switcher. So on the version switcher component, add a behavior to switch between language that properly navigate to the properly navigate or that navigate exactly. This is one of the reasons why you need to be very specific of all of this. How can I add translated content for my next 15 apps right now for my introduction route for English and Spanish? On the version switcher components, add the behavior to switch between languages that match the exact navigation across locales, okay, and make sure the translate content be able to deploy server side as it is. And then I specify now a little things that it needs to be done. Alright. So it give me now how the folder structure is gonna look like, which is, as I know before, you have now group routes where it's going to now define all of the content here. Okay, not on the CSS and not done all that kind of stuff. Not at all. Not at all. So in fact, let me remove this. Okay. Let me remove this. My bad. Restore that. Okay. Put it here because I want to do a lot of things, and that's not a good idea. That's not a good idea. Alright? That's not a good idea. Simplify routing. Simplify initial routing. Okay? Just like this. Good. Now, you can sync change, push them, there you go. Get switch minus C introduction. So I can remove that. I can say git reset or git branch, delete in a recursive way the introduction, and I want to create now a new tag or a new fork here with that called introduction. Okay, so this introduction, particularly what we're gonna do here is the go ahead. Unstable set request locale. Value locale, and on change in the current, my friend, in the current version switcher, you know, that's one of, again, let's go over here. I think this is something that becomes quite annoying. On the current version switcher component .tsx component, add the behavior to switch between language that match the stack navigate, then match and navigate to the proper route across locales. Okay, here we go again. Again, no, you define now. No. Folder. For each locale, you'll provide translation file for this. The next configuration that's right. Oh, you are. No, 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 no. Whoa, 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 chill, 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 chill. Because we're using a lot of token and take care. Handle it with care. Handle it with care. Handle it with much care, bro. Okay. Added translation content for my next US 15 app. Exactly. And then we're gonna add the later on. Okay. I prefer to go with this and then the other one. No. No with message. No with message. I think this is something that is for. I think it's something for this. The structuring message. It's because now they're using message and it's to me okay. I won't go against that, right? I won't go against that. Static rendering. Generating static patterns. Using the internationalization routing, and therefore now find data. Add set request locale. Use locale patterns in metadata for that. Go on. So here so far is creating is this. The JSON here, okay, as well as the locale in the layout as expected for the introduction page. That's good, that's good. And now it creates this. So if I accept those changes, alright, and then I run this npm run def, it's not only break that, but it say, hey, no, So the language now it say, hey, you are telling me something that is not valid, bro. Why are you love to hallucinate? Local detection, true. It's like throwing. It's like you are doing what the JavaScript developers have always done. It's to guessing, 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 guessing. It's like what the fuck, man? Stop guessing, bro. Jesus, invalid literal value, suspected value at international locale detection. So this means that this doesn't exist. Static rendering. The configuration file for the internationalization is telling that this is not what it is. And I'm saying that is because we are using is this internationalization, this configuration. Non-async components. How does server components integration work? Using internationalization in client components. No, it's about some errors here. No, it is about its configurations error that happen here. It's about its configuration errors, man. It is about configurations error because when we're looking at this is one of the reasons why I really I'm not a big fan completely of this large language model, man. I'm not a big fan completely, especially if I want to build something that is new to me. It's like all of this guessing is something that I don't want. All of this guessing is I prefer to read the docs, bro, and then implement that things by my own. Jesus fucking Christ. Jesus fucking Christ, man. is either case next I want to configure that. This is the configuration. It says that, hey, you should return something like this. Alright? So I will say, well, that's good. Okay? So I can even do something like this. This is the configuration, right? You want me to do. And then I want to is do something like this. So this create next plugin, alright? That'll come for this. Okay. And this is now the configuration file that next use, so it won't enforce to me. Okay. Okay. It's because it all starts with this message. Let's set up the files. Here is the message, then is the configuration, alright? You can even do something like this, and this configuration file is roughly this. Will you this is okay. Right, so this is the next config. I want to do this. You can just chill, and then have this one, which is the place where we create now this. Create next internationalization plugin. And then you're going to export that. Just gonna complain about that. Okay. Oh my god. Next internationalization could not locate request configuration model. And it's because it requires the routing and the navigation. Okay, you know what, bro? That's gonna make things deadly simple, bro. That's gonna make things deadly simple, bro. Because I know what this is doing. It's trying to add now a layer on top of that to handle the navigation and the middleware and the requests, alright? Layout and all that kind of stuff. So by the time that it reaches to the particular page, we can actually do this. So despite that you create that flow for us, okay, and then you use somewhere, Jesus fucking you know what, I'm gonna tell you is exactly what you need to do. Stop hallucinating, bro. Stop hallucinating, my friend. No, hell no, bro. Jesus, why were you making things hard, bro? Why in the French store you're making things so hard? Okay? Jesus, French toast, enough, bro. Enough. Stick to the law, bitch. God damn it. How can I add? For trans for translating for translating for translating content, for displaying translated content in English and Spanish. Stick to the law of configuring next internationalization, my friend. Is I don't know how many times do I need to tell you? Stick to the law, bro. Stick to the law. Jesus. Stick to the law when configuring that, bro. Ah, damn. Exactly. It is in here where you're gonna load that app locale layout. You're going to load that content, that specific content. If not, you're gonna render is not found, and otherwise doing that. Hmm. Hmm. Stick to the law, bro. My God. Enough with hallucinations and things that should be and I would like to. My French toast guy, bro. My French toast god. Jesus. I don't know. I'm not enjoying this. I'm not enjoying this. Not at all, bro. Not at all, bro. Because I want something that is too very specific. And it's just generating. This one is this one is this one is this one. Oh my god. This is lottery. And no, man. This is plain lottery. So again, you need to refine and refine and refines and refines and so on and so forth. So go. And here we go, bro. So by the time that I'm looking at this, npm run def, we navigate into this, into English and Spanish. I love it because it's, and now it, oh my god, jeez, enough with the CSS def and blah 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 blah. It's this one. Oh my god. Now it's supposed to render the particular content. No problemo, bro. Let's go again. Let's go again. And it's not loading that. And it's not loading that. And it's not loading that. It's a 404 introduction. And it's not loading that. It doesn't want to load that, bro. It doesn't want to load that, bro. Oh my god. It doesn't load up. It doesn't load up. You are not loading that. And if you're not, then, and I think it's because it's this. Unique client provider. Is throwing any error. It say the page could not found. It could not be found that. Yes, introduction. Are you handling that properly, my friend? I messed this up when it's starting to adding all of this library and things like that. Is more complexity, is more unnecessary complexity, man. Is way much more unnecessary complexity, man. Come on, stop. Is unnecessary complexity, man. Because he's not even being able to render that. Come on, man. It's not even being able to render that. The good thing is now is render that properly. But it still render that. Yes, introduction, but this actually rendered as it is, which is good. Which is good. Which is good. Because in fact, I think that is taking in consideration that. Exactly, it's taking in consideration the current route. But yet, it's not able to render that. Because it say that that doesn't exist. It now render is a not found. I learned a valuable lesson here. Again, stuff that works, bro. Stuff that works. That thing doesn't work. Take care, bro. And here is not even passing; is the locale. So, so you're assuming that you should pass the locale and not even render that. So, what do you think? What do you think you are doing? Oh, and also it's because the layout. Look at this. Layout is only rendering once. Layout is only rendered once. Wow, holy fuck, man. Why has this has been so horrible? I don't have any experience with that. I must admit, I don't have any experience with that. That's the entire reason for my pain through. That's my entire reason for my pain through, bro. That's my problem with my entire payroll. Okay. Oh, Jesus, I overcomplicate my life. I overcomplicate my life. I need to factorize this problem, bro. I am definitely need to factorize this problem. Oh my God, yeah, it is, man. Hmm. Because I will never get out of here, bro. I will never get out of here, bro. Come on. It's here, bro. Jesus. Oh my fucking God, bro. And you're still adding that to the layout, bro. And as you're still adding that to the layout, we are not be able to get that ever. So you know what? Remove this library, man. Remove this. No. Jesus fucking Christ. Jesus, Francos. No, Jesus, no configuration of that. Oh my God. Make it simple. God damn it. God damn it. Damn, son, oh my God. This is, my God, it's for fuck's sake. Slowly but progressively, I'm going to do this, but it's. Oh, fuck. Display translated content in English and in Spanish for introduction. Make sure the content is being able to be deployed in static site generation, okay? And on the version switcher.tsx component, enhance by adding a behavior to switch between locale, between between languages. Go ahead. It's because exactly you are now loading those files here, and then you're gonna render that content there. That might not be the most optimal way, but it works. But it works. The version switcher, you now add this. But it works, my friend. But it works. It works. And if it works, good. No, but you should use no. No. No, no. Oh, definitely no. Mm-mm-mm. Great for all of those people that say no is good for you. Good for you. Good for you. I'm telling you, good for you. What the French toast, man? No, look at what the fuck. What did you do to the version switch, bro? Yeah, man, it's like Jesus. That sounds like a good. That sound like a great idea. No. That sounds like a great idea. Go yourself. That sounds like a great idea. Go. You create a new component here. I am so French toast tired to try to fix you, bro. Because what you have told me is that anytime that you want to use AI, you can do that is at a very small, specific, close, too much close stuff to do that. Because otherwise, it just hallucinate. It just break the code. It's just it's more time that you have to do to investigate what went wrong. When you say no, it's like no, not at all, not at all. And how I fail miserably. Oh my god, 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 oh my god. Shit. Boo. Okay, this is the only way you learn stuff, Meulier. You always go. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm. So do you open up here now the chat? Mm-hmm. Man, you have been so complicated. Oh man, help me here. I don't know why would you get so. No, it's what the fuck, man. Chill. Help me here. Help me, please. Help me, help me. God damn it, why you so against to me? Help me. You know? Translated content in English and Spanish for introduction. Make sure the translate content be able to deploy server-side generation on the version switcher.tss component. The drop-down menu content enhanced by adding a behavior to switch between language. Yeah, but it's fine. I want this. No, crap. Okay. No. Wait. Hey, I don't know who told you that. Chill. Hey, Jesus fucking Christ. Holy fuck. My God. Bam, son. Mm-hmm. Let's go again. And you still no, please, man, why? I want to create a new conversation, you know? What if I want to add a new conversation, you know? What if I want to talk to a new conversation, you know? Start a new conversation. So, Jesus. Chill. I don't know, fuck that. I don't know, fuck them. Why you are doing all of this kind of stuff? Because you're not telling me it's a plan, and I need to know the plan, bro. And I need to know the plan. What is the plan, bro? And then you create that in public. No, Jesus. Stop, 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 stop. God damn. You add some locales here. Who the French toast, man? But stop! Don't do that. This is chill. Oh my God! What the French toast? Okay, chill, chill. A new one, a new one. Yeah, man. All of these are garbage. Garbage, 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 garbage. Hmm. That's what happened. I'm using a model that is. I'm using a model that is not, bro. I'm using a ChatGPT 4.1 model. I get it, bro. I get it. I get it. So I'm not using is the most powerful tools to do this. Mm. That's what happened, man. I'm using is a model that is promo, but it doesn't work well because it continuously to generating is all of this. Implementation. What happens if you have any issues, bro? Requirements and tech stack confirmation. Confirm use Next.js app. So analyze the project structure, locate translation files, update next config for this, inspect and refactor introduction route, enhance language switcher, ensure SS for locales. Ah, why is this? Test and validate output, deploy and monitoring. Okay. Why in public, bro? Why in public, bro? Why in public? Oh my fucking god, hell no! Holy shit! What is the problem with you with public, bro? And you didn't even apply all of the change, you know? What about in the other places? Oh my god! No, oh my fucking god, but what you are so fucking annoying, bro. You're so fucking annoying. Stop. Stop playing games, man. Stop playing games, bro. Fucking shit. Stop playing games, bro. Oh my fucking god. Stop playing games, bro. Wow. Okay. Oh, yes. God damn it. No, man. This is the last time that I'm using you. I'm telling you. For basic prototype, good. Anyone else? Fuck out of here. Fuck out of here. The ability to display translate counting in English and Spanish for go for it, bro. Go for it, bro. Maldito hijo de... Pero ¿y qué enfermo, bro? ¿Qué enfermo, bro? Jesus, no, ¿sabes qué? Déjalo así, marisco. Señor Jesucristo, ya basta. No, necesito respuestas. Estoy hablando en español. I need answers, bro. Not this. Not this. No, not this. Enough. Enough of your hallucinations. Enough of your hallucinations. Enough of your hallucinations, bro. I'm sorry, not sorry. Get the fuck out of here. I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry, bro. No. Stop. I think I burned out all of my credit here. Stop. Jesus, French toast guy, bro. Here we are, prefix-based routing. Domain routing as well. So, in order to use unique path name for every language that use your app, Next Internationalization can be used to handle the following routes. Alright? But what about static rendering? Alright? Because that's what, at the end of the day, that's all that I want to do. Since we're using a dynamic route segment for the local pattern, we need to pass all possible values to the Next.js via generate static values, so that the routes can be rendering at build time. Depending on your need, you can add generate static params either or to a layout or pages. Layout enables static rendering for all pages within the layout, and individual pages enable static rendering for a specific page. So set locale to all relevant layout and pages. Otherwise, you're gonna do this. Otherwise, you're going to do is this. Handle is it this not found in your layout or in your page. Use translation from this. Wow, siento quemado, marico, pero es porque esto what I feel burnt out, but it's because I dedicated anyway. It's gone. It's over. It's over. I dedicate time to something that doesn't work. All right. And that's when the dangers of all of this is. This is the dangers of walking through once things like this. This is the dangerous, bro. This is the dangers of walking through this kind of stuff. So be very careful of walking through that, man. Very careful. It's like we're gonna do this slowly and progressively, fellas. Slowly and progressively. Slowly and progressively, man. Me reí. Just follow the instruction, man. Just follow the instruction here. Just follow the bloody instructions, man. So I already installed this, right? I already installed this. That app use app router. I already installed this. Okay? As part of this setup. Okay? So let's set up the files here. Okay, so this is the structure that you need to implement for this. Okay? So my thing is that I want to implement this only for generating a static metadata, right? For generating only a static metadata, bro. Only for that. To me, it's quite interesting that this something is skipping all of this. Yeah, I think that to me has been much more effective when it comes to learning about that. And you, my friend, you still fucking in love to that. You say, hey, you know what? No, new conversation, bro. No, new conversation, new conversation. Ditch this. Oh, chill, bro. No, man, it's like, no, go, fuck out of here. Fuck out of here, nigga. Develop step by step robot illustrator to know. Wrong. My, my fucking god, stop doing that. Stop putting that shit in the public, bro. It's not public, my friend. It's not public. You have this very infected, bro. No, enough. Oh my god. New conversation. Ditch the old one. Ditch the old one. Mm. Why in the public, bro? Why in the public folder? Why in the public folder? Why in the public folder, man? Man, please save me time for yourself. I don't want to know anything about you, bro. I don't want I don't no, I don't want to I don't want to have any time for you. Hell no. Jesus, enough. The time for testing is over, bro. And that's been long time ago. As it should be, bro. As it should be. Long time ago. Long time ago, bro. Long time ago. Enough, man. Enough. Period, bro. Period. God damn it, bro. It's over. Period. Let's go for it. In case you're migrating an existing app to the next Internationalization, you typically move your existing page into locale folder as part of the setup. So we're creating now a group setup here, okay, known as the locale. Okay, this is known as the locale. Okay, locales, right? In this locales, okay, in singular, this locale will live now inside of this, where I'm here and going to drop is the content here. All right, there will be introduction. This will be the page. This is the content that I want to render right now. Okay, so far so good. So I need to also create this now the message /n. So here that's going to create that folder. Say here is this one. Say message, right? Message, okay? A message will now hold is the content inside of this, which is now the Spanish version, JSON, okay? As well as the English version, right? The English, Spanish, and English version of that. Okay? So far, so good. Good. Awesome. So I can put it this particular content. In this, I would like to say, hey, this will be now the introduction here, and here this will be the title, and this will be all of the content that it needs to. You know, the description, for example. Description. Okay? This is the introduction. Okay, and now this is web content or working in progress. So work in progress, right? The same for that. You're gonna copy this, and this will be is for the English version, all right? And this is now for the Spanish version, which is introducción, okay, y en desarrollo. Perfect. So far, so good, okay? Because now, with that, let's go to the configuration of next. Because this configuration of next now is using it this way, and if I go to the next configuration, I say let me now replace it with this. All right, and if I try to run this, it will say I would like to see how this actually reacts to. All right, is I could not locate request configuration model, but let's get into this. Okay, so now we'll integrate with Next.js routing into phases, the middleware and the navigation APIs. So let's go with the okay, we'll integrate the next routing in two phases. The middleware here negotiates the locale and handles redirect and rewrites. Okay, this is what is going to handle that. And the navigation API, which is a lightweight wrappers around Next.js navigation API like link. Okay, so the first is to handle the redirect. Okay, the middleware is to handle the redirect and rewrites the route. Interesting. And the second is a lightweight wrapper around Next.js navigation API that actually match that. Makes sense. So this enables you to work with path name like about, while internationalization aspect like language prefix are handled behind the scenes. To share the configuration between these two places, we'll set up routing.ts. So routing.ts, this is the place where we need to define this inside of the source, which means is like this. All right. What if we are using now newer versions of that? Okay, so in this case, it'll be now fall inside of the routing here. What I must follow is the instruction, because otherwise it might not work. So I want to prevent myself for any problem like that, right? Source, this source will live inside of this, which the source here is now going to wrap the app. So the source will now wrap the app here. So I can put it now here, but it doesn't allow me to put that here, no problem. So I want to create now a source folder that is gonna wrap this. Okay, which is a source, all right, that is gonna live inside of this. Okay, and is going to define now is the internationalization folder, right? Where inside of this is going to live is the routing, navigation, and request. So this is part of the middleware that we're going to define here. Okay, so so here we're going to handle is how it's going to handle the redirects and rewrites, and the other is a lightweight wrapper around the navigation API using link. So first is with the routing, to share the configuration between these two places, between the middleware and the navigation API, we're gonna set up a routing.ts, which is inside of this. So we define is the routing, right? Instead of the folder, this is now in fact is a file that's say routing.tsx and .ts, all right, where you're gonna copy is this. So this is going to define is the shared configuration of that. In my case is English and Spanish. The default is English. All right, so far so good. Depending of your requirement, you may wish to customize your routing configuration later, but let's finish with the setup first. So the other is now the navigation, which is this nice little wrapper around the API navigation in Next, which is using behind the scenes the React router. Okay, so it means that navigation.ts, where this is now what is going to be used, okay, which is the link, as you can see here. Any link, redirect, use path name, and use router and get path names, all of them are now creating this nice little wrapper for us so we can have access to this. Makes a lot of sense. And in the middleware is when we're going to now handle the routes and redirect and rewrites that. Okay, handles the route, and rewrite that. .ts. We got is this. So far so good. However, what, this middleware live outside of that? Okay, this middleware live outside of this. It lives now on the source. Okay. And how can I match path name that contains dot like this? Okay, if you have now a path name that contains dot, well, that's a good question. In my case, I don't have any path that contains that. In my path name, I don't have any that, so on and so forth. So that'll be good. And then on the requests here, So when using features like next internationalization in server components, the relevant configuration is read from a central model that is located international request.ts. The relevant configuration is read from a central model that is located but in server components. Okay, in server. Okay, the server. Okay, so when using next internationalization in server components, the relevant configuration is read at the central model located in this. So this is the central place at this. By convention is this request.ts, which is going to have access to all of this. This configuration is a scope to the current request and can be used to promote message and other options based on the user's locale. So what it's doing here is to say, hey, I'm going to now, anytime I request, and anytime that I intercept a request, I'm going to now wait for that request, typically correspond to the local segment, and if that has local, okay, then I'm going to now return or adding as a default locale. Okay. It has any local, it has local, forward the request. If not, let me add the request here. Let me add the default locale here. And then return that, okay, with the locale as well as the message, which is something that we are loading from the message here. Which is something that we are loading from the message as long as it follows this particular route path, right? So we are here, one level and two level up. So yes, one level up and two level up, and then you can have access to message. All right. Not only that, okay, not only that, with next internationalization, okay, can I move files somewhere else? This file is supposed to, is supported out of the box. An internationalization request both in the source folder as well as in the project root with extension .ts, tsx, NGS, and GSX. If you prefer to move this file somewhere else, you can optionally provide a path to the plugin. A path to the plugin. Okay. But in my case, by default, it's going to look at this. So it's going to keep with that. Now, the local that was matched by the middleware is available via locale, which is this pattern, and can be used to configure the document language. Additionally, we can use this place to pass configuration from the internationalization request TSX to client components via next internationalization client provider. So in other words, on the layout, I can now is inject this pattern, and if that exists, okay, pass down that. So at the app local layout TSX, okay, which will be the root of those locale, you have now is this layout .tsx, that this in fact will be something like this. So here is where it's going to inject that. But let's go with this. Let's go with this. Mm. Okay, this is actually to tell now to TypeScript, hey, the base URL will be now source. Hmm. Mhm. I don't think that'll be good to change that as it is. Mhm. Exactly. Exactly. To actually to this specific file folders, this is the alias for that. So we don't actually fuck that up, and now it can actually face that. So this, it's saying now, let once I locate that, okay, which the locale now is on the request, and it's available via the locale pattern. I can be use a configuration to configure the document language. To configure the document language here. That's interesting. To configure the document language. Alright. Additionally, we can use this place to pass configuration from internationalization requests to client component via next in client providers. Mm-hmm. So you're saying is that when you reach to this point, now that I have, after it passed through the middleware, and the middleware actually is the one who uh, handles and creates or write is the URLs, and it's at the request component or it's at the request file that let you add the proper parameters with the locale, okay, to verify that that locale exists. And if that exists, go on. If it's not, let me add that for you, and then you can now detect that at the locale layout here. Hey, do I have that? Has locale here. You say, hey, this is the name of the function here, where you're gonna have the children and the parents. Well, the children will be now React nodes, and the parent will be a promise that contains now the locale, particularly here. And you're gonna wait for that, and it doesn't have any locales. You say, hey, it was not found. So redirect to the not found. Otherwise, redirect to the proper component as it is, which is in our case is this one, right? Now you can use translation and other functionality from next internationalization in your components. So you say app locale dot page, so add locale dot page for that. let's make this. Let's make this. So locale page and app locale page. In case of async components, you can use the awaitable get translation homepage function instead. And then you get this. Now you can use a translation of any other functionality from Next.js in your components. So for example, like this. So here in this locale, you can define now a page where this page will be this. You're gonna render that. And now, once you save this, exactly, you say page.tsx and really access that. Okay, what the French does. So it means that I need to create now a page.tsx here, but it seems that it exists. If I tell to move that to locale, which is this, and then this will be the locale. That must be here. All right. So now that we did this, npm run def. All right, and it generate all of that. And once we navigate to the let's say n home, which in our case this one, the s invalid internationalization request configuration detect. Invalid internationalization request detected. Please verify that in case you have specified a custom location in your Next.js config, make sure the path is correct and you have default exporting your internationalization request config file. Oh, they didn't save that? Okay. No, the request is also a file that I didn't save that? Okay. Okay. What about now? And it's not rendered properly. Of course, there is some issue with that, but the thing here is now it's rendering as expected. So missing message could not resolve home page because home page doesn't exist. In fact, is the introduction, which is part of the message here, is introduction. Okay. It's introduction, and then you got this, and of course about doesn't exist because it is description. Okay, And there you got it. Mm-hmm. 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 And now we implement is this navigation here. Okay. All right. That's interesting. That's interesting. Um, but but we want us to navigate to the introduction, my friend. For example, say introduction. All right. And it's in here we want us to render that particular content, so on and so forth. So despite that this layout has been now rendering it as the root, okay? Mm-hmm. I get it. Mm-hmm. 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 It's because the way how this actually was implementing and was added to the main and div. And the question is that who in the French code is adding that main? Component. And the locale layout. You see? You see the locale layout. locale layout is now overriding some behaviors here. So in other words, this is in fact, well, I think, well, it must leave here. That's the problem. That's what it is. It must leave here. It must leave here. The thing here is that the layout now changed dramatically. The layout changed dramatically, bro. Okay. So it add everything. Alright, and you say git stash those changes. And then you say git push origin or npm run def. the thing here is that now it doesn't break that. It didn't break that. Alright? It didn't break that. Okay. But I think that was a very good advance in terms of figuring out how you can implement internationalization via following the spec versus using AI, and how that was catastrophic to me. It's like I don't even recommend that. So that'll be all for this video. Take care. Bye bye.